Coffee. 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 Good morning, ladies, and I hope you all are doing well. It is currently 5 to 9 in the morning for me. Sure, it's quite a bit later for you. Very dramatic for not a very dramatic. Sinuses are a bit poked this morning. Alright, so my neighbors are out and about, the kids are out and about, so there's crying babies, loud neighbors. So if you hear that, it's nothing I can really do. Trying to find a nice background track. Good morning, Nigel, Raz, Bull, me, and DeSoda. I hope you all are doing well. Elijah as well. So I decided to try an earlier stream just to make sure, or see if the internet's. There's also a pterodactyl flying around my room, commonly known as a giant fly. Yeah, I think we'll stick with this one as background music. Either that fly, it might fly away with my cat. Don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. So how are we all this morning? I hope you're all well. But another action-packed day of leaving cards. This is a different set than last night. Still got another 3 sets to go. Last night's one was all sealed and it's a fly. It must be about this big. Maybe, probably about this big. Wants to attack my eyeballs. So the name of the game is we chill, we chat, and I leave my cards. Or my set. So, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Good night, Iglife. Igthife. The time difference makes it very difficult to stream at like evening, but not too late or not too early for the Americans. So last night at 8 o'clock it would have been quite your lunchtime, and now it's quite late. It is my pleasure, Nigel. I'm glad that you enjoy the content, and I'm glad that it helps. Hey, it's sometimes good to sit back, take your foot off the gas or accelerator, depending where you are in the world, and just have a relaxed day. Normally on a Sunday I go play Magic the Gathering, but this Sunday the wife is off doing stuff, so somebody has to stay home and make sure the house doesn't get broken into, so that's my job this week. Normally, it's not my wife's job either, it's her brother's job. If we go out, he stays. And then, if they go out, I stay. Wouldn't want people to think that I'm sticking my god wife on people. And depending on how the time works out and stuff, I might wake up a bit earlier on a Sunday and stream. That way we can hit the Saturday night crowd, and then go play Magic the Gathering a bit later. But, you know, a lot of stuff's up in the air at this point. can hear a baby crying. Hopefully it's not coming through in the microphone. Also have a dog snuggled up to my foot. I think it's hiding from the baby. Very good guard dog. So, just before I started streaming, somebody in my Discord asked me, is there a series or something that I was really wanted to narrate and the author said? Thankfully at this point, no, I haven't really had that problem. I have had series where I've read it and been like, oh, okay, I want to narrate this. The author said no, but not to the point where, I remember it. It's very difficult with series, especially from Royal Road, because a lot of the popular series are in talks for publication. So that kind of so if it's popular enough that it's on my radar, there's a good chance that they're talking to a production company or a publisher. Yes, crime is that bad here. Also understand I live within 5 kilometers of Johannesburg CBD. So there's that. But in general, the crime is pretty bad if you are in close to the cities or suburbs. 2 weeks ago, on the way to Magic the Gathering, I saw an armed robbery. 2 guys in guns walking down the line of traffic, stealing cell phones. And that was nothing particularly exciting to write home about. So that's the sort of level you're talking about. So they'd wait for the traffic light to go red, and then walk up to a car, flash the driver, say, give me your cell phone. And then walk up to the next car, flash. And they had one guy on either side of the car with a gun. So I made the joke to my wife that times are tough when it takes 2 guys with guns to steal 1 cell phone. Rather than the car or something like that. But that's just life. When Death Welders Meet's a good series. Enjoyed it. Something a little different. It's the way of life, Nigel. Can't really do much about it. Unfortunately, you get used to this sort of stuff. Definitely very chill music. I might even... Good morning, evening, afternoon, Mr. Bishop, whatever it happens to be for you. I hope you're doing well. No, I didn't get robbed. They were working their way down a different line of traffic, so I was one over. So they weren't doing... it was a 3-lane road, so they were doing the middle lane, which is the most difficult to escape from. All in all, crime-wise, we've been pretty lucky. Nothing too bad happened. Well, relative. Other stuff. Nature of Predators is also a good series. No, they just threatened to, with guns. But people have been shot for that. Just this time it wasn't any. The Uber driver that we were with that day was like, no, he saw some same thing in a different place. And after the guy got robbed, he got out of the car, go to the shop to obviously get a phone call or something. But the guys with the guns hadn't gone too far away, so they just turned around and shot him, and then left. Oh yeah, not great. Pretty much a big downer. The one shot of First Contact is possibly one of my favorite funny one shots, even though it's not actually a one shot anymore. But originally it was. I'm glad it helped, Alexander. Hopefully you can get back on your feet, find a new job, but I'm glad that the content helped you through. I'm glad you enjoy the content, Dustin. I try to keep it unique and different. But not that unique and different as to be ridiculous. I am, but it's 9 o'clock, so I'm still waking up. I woke up with a bit of a headache. I took some pills for that. Throat's a bit trashed, but that's probably just normal sinus stuff. I think the sinus infection has pretty much been kicked in the arse. I'm glad to hear that, Alexander. And why wouldn't I say your name? This is a chill stream for interacting. Interacting with you all. I'm not some big streamer where I can't even read the text. We're having a chat. Want to know something? Ask. If I don't want to answer it, I won't. Yes, DeSoto, we do the things that try to keep us safe, but, you know, at the end of the day, there's only so much you can do. In South Africa, 7-foot walls, razor wire, electric fencing, all of that stuff is pretty common. But at some point, you do have to leave your house. Good morning, Unholy. I'm glad you've been enjoying the content. Yeah. No, they're not touching. Nobody's touching the goatee. That was highly annoying they did that. But we're getting there. It's getting back. No, I mean, it's still going to take quite a while, but it's better than what it was. Good morning, nothing to see here. Glad you enjoy the content. So I'm thinking of making at least one stream a week. Still deciding on when it's going. So I want to be able to interact with as much of you guys as possible, peeps, possible. Oh. Excuse me. I'm glad that it serves well as a background thing. One of the things that, when I started the channel, that's what I wanted. Because at that time, I was playing games and listening to horror. Now, I'm not a particularly good angry dog. That's going to happen a lot during the stream, by the way. During the day, there's a lot more barking and annoying of the dog. Just one. But anyway, yeah, so I was listening to horror, mainly because it was something to listen to while I played games. And then when I was thinking about the channel, I'm like, well, maybe I can do something that isn't horror that I could listen to while I played games. So I'm glad that it is serving that purpose. New Species is a good series. I enjoyed it. And, I mean, plot holes happen. There's no perfect story. But the further you dig into a story, the more plot holes you'll find. Sure. If the puppy comes back this way, we can meet the puppy. But currently, he's barking at the outside world. So, doing his job. Thank you for the kind words. I try to do my best. Narration. And it's a style that some like and some don't, but as long as some people like it, that's all. Floofball doing floofball things. Thank you for the kind words, Nigel. I just worked really, really hard to get those skills. Nothing to see. I am sleeving a set. So this is the Weatherlight set. So it's an old set from the 1997. So I've received, over the last couple months, 5 or 6 almost complete sets. But I didn't have inner sleeves. So I wanted to wait for some inner sleeves before leaving them up, putting them in my file. I received a bunch of inner sleeves Friday. So I decided I'll sit here and sleeve them and chat to you guys. Multitask. Once these bad boys are sleeved up, I will put them in a file so they're nice and protected. And then move on to the next set. I'm glad to hear that, Unholy. I like hearing when people get motivated to try their hand at new stuff. Or old stuff. It's very difficult to know where life is going to take you and what paths are going to be successful. I never would have thought at any point before starting this channel that I would be a narrator, but here we are. The voice is not too bad. I mean, this morning it's not great, but all things considered, not too bad. I've got a doctor's appointment for the sinus guy on Tuesday, where we'll probably set the surgery date. So they need to go in, knock out some bones in my sinuses so that they're drained properly, and do a bunch of stuff in there. Basically just plumbing, very complicated plumbing. That'll probably be in 2 weeks. 3 weeks I'll go for the surgery. And then it'll probably be a month to 2 months to recover from. After I've recovered from that, I go for the second voice surgery. And then I'll have to take a month to recover from. So for the next 3, 4, maybe even 5 months, things are going to be a bit sporadic. But definitely not going to be doing series until this is all finished. And I'll be doing one-shots when I can fit them in. So that's the plan for the next one. Good night, Dustin. And yeah, I'm still playing with the times to try to find a nice one. I'll probably wake up a bit early on a Sunday. That way it's a couple hours earlier. But we'll have to dial it in over the next couple months. Yes, it is a distraction trick. Look at my hand rather than my hand. It's sleight of hand. Thank you, Original Grognard. Good morning, Crusader. I hope you're doing well. Oh, angry dog again. Neither can I, Doug. It's gonna be a trying couple months, but these things have to happen. My voice was definitely a lot better after the first voice op. So the second voice op is definitely needed. One of the things is this side, my left side, because I could not be asked to flip the video around. So the left side is weaker than my right side. So after a day of narration, I actually get a stabbing pain here, which I just figured was normal. But apparently it's because this one is working overtime to correct for. And then I had the voice surgery in a couple months ago, 4 months ago, and that pain just went away. So there's that. That's good. And then also my voice on a day-to-day basis was a lot more, which is the main reason why I actually did the operation. Get a more consistent voice day by day. I appreciate everybody who says, my health comes first, but YouTube have completely other ideas. For instance, my new subscribers, so people, I'm reaching new people, has drastically dropped. I've stopped or reduced my YouTube videos. So I'm definitely not going to stop videos. I'm going to reduce the amount, just TFOS, and try to keep the algorithm overlords happy, which I don't think is possible, but we do what we can. So I mean, there's two issues currently. There's the sinus issue, which the voice acting doesn't do it, and the other issue, the voice issue, is I don't have upper range. I've got partial vocal cord paralysis. So in my upper range, the vocal cords don't close properly, and it's more from the left side than the right side, so the right side's working extra hard to close. So that's applying on both upper and lower, and that's a problem that needs to be fixed. So what they're going to do is pump in some filler to make the flaps bigger, so the muscles have to move less, which worked wonders. So the first one was a temporary substance, vocal cords, just to make 100% sure that it fixed the problem. It didn't cause any more problems, which it didn't. And now that that stuff is worn off, now we can go and get the permanent stuff that'll last for the rest of the month. But I need to get the sinuses sorted before I can get the voice sorted. Yeah, Alexander, so instead of doing series, I'm going to only do TFOS, and we're only going to do one a day again. So the recording requirements on my side is going to reduce drastically. So I'm not going to push it. I'm going to recover properly. Hopefully before the first surgery, I can stockpile some TFOS so that while I'm recovering, the channel's still over. And then I can recover properly before I start narrating it. So that's the plan. Uh, this is 6 cards missing from, so I'm 6 cards short of the Weatherlight series. And I will get those eventually, but it's 99%. Thank you, Callista. I'm glad you enjoy the content. Well, that's something to consider. I have done author interviews in the past. So, I mean, I might be able to swing that again. It's very much a lot of up in the air stuff. I'm also trying to immigrate to England at the same time, just to make things that much more complicated. So there's a bunch of red tape and stress and life. Just life happening. So I walk around the house practicing my voice. So my wife is a saint for dealing with me, because I'll be walking around the house, and today is Old Man Day, so I'm just talking as Old Man voice me, and just having normal conversations. But my wife just goes along with it, shakes her head, and be like, okay, fine, we're doing this. So that's generally how I practice. It gets you more conversational voices rather than a short-term voice that doesn't sound quite conversational. But that's basically how I do it. Yes. No, that's a secret project. The nanites I can't talk about, but they did steal my socks. So hopefully they were powering up to heal me. Thank you for the kind words, Nigel. Unholy, my parents are British, so I've got a very British accent. A lot of South Africans think I'm British as well. So I'm first generation, so it really isn't that far. But I still need to go through the process of immigrating. I've sorted out my side, but now we need to start working on my wife's side, which can take longer. So we're busy with that. Possibly, but I have no idea what I would do in short. I want to check my phone quickly. It might be when my wife, trying to get a hold of me. And it is my wife trying to get a hold of me. Checking to make sure it is an emergency. I do apologize for this. But we're new to the streaming thing, so... I also didn't tell her I was going to stream, because I didn't know I was going to stream. Streaming chat later. Here we go. All right. Get back to the cards. My phone is working. Aha! That should be good. We're good. We're back. The wife now knows that I'm not ignoring her. Well, I am, but there's a reason I'm ignoring her. Okay. A big move, yes. Definitely a big move. Yes, she is perfect for me. Deals with my craziness all the time, so yes. Don't have kids. I do have a brother-in-law that we're taking with us, so that also Makes things a bit weird. Well, not weird, just a little bit of extra red tape. Yeah, shorts, I don't know what I would do with shorts. We were doing the short sci-fi, 2-sentence sci-fi at one point, but the algorithm didn't seem to like it, so I just stopped doing it. You need to have a specific creative mind for shorts, which I don't have, and my channel doesn't really lean itself towards shorts. So there's that. Yes, the nanites did steal my socks. They are terrible, but they only stole one at a time, just to confuse me. That sounds very unpleasant, Alexander. Yeah, but I mean, South Africa is such a... The accents range drastically in South Africa. So, I mean, you've got, I think, 11 official languages, and each one of those, depending on the order you learn them in, changes your accent. So I come from Gauteng, Johannesburg, so I've got a mostly Johannesburg-type accent, which is a bit thicker in Afrikaans in a different way than, say, Cape Town. It's just one of them. And then also being British, my parents British, more British accent. Yeah, I mean, mailing anything to South Africa, you have to do it through a courier. Can't do it through post office because it'll most likely never arrive. Yep, Alt F4 gets rid of most things. And Blag probably as well. Good evening, Jal. Hope things are well. So the cat is over there behind the screen. It is KO. It is available. It's just sleeping under his bed. Yes, the accent is very, very, very Good morning, Russ581. I hope you're well. Yeah. I mean, I've been asked most of my life, how long have I been here? When did I arrive here? And I'm like, I was born here 40 years ago. I'm like, oh, okay. So you get used to it. Dog's still barking. I don't know whether you can hear him. Is he telling the outside to, you know, go away? I don't think the microphone's actually... But he is really, really barking at the outside, telling them to, you know, get off his lawn. That's not good, Russ. Good morning, David. I hope you're well. Pretty much. Yeah, the noise gate's pretty loud on this. But I also don't have a headphone in that ear so I can hear what's happening. Can't do the whole fully zone out thing in case, you know, somebody tries to break in. The time is currently 9:30. I hope so, Nigel. I hope so. Look, I'm not expecting it to sort out all the problems in the world. I don't expect there to be Shangri-La or anything like that. I just expect it to be different. which at this point is really all I want. My brother lives there, has lived there for a long time, and I sent my dad over earlier this year. He's quite happy there. They've got this stuff called electricity. So, for those of you that don't know, South Africa has been on load shedding for 20 years? Close to 20 years, 15 years, something like that. So for at least a couple hours every day, we don't have power. Beginning of this year was so bad that we didn't have power for 12 hours. So that's a thing we also have to consider. Can't work if I don't have power. I've got a backup system, but that only works for so long. Can't put up solar panels. So when it gets bad, there's just days where I can't work. Or, not full days, but good chunks of days that I can't. It depends. Some people have prepaid electricity. We don't. It depends on how old the house is. You can get the municipality to come and change it, but it actually works out a bit more expensive. But even if you prepay, you still are subject to power outages. It's a countrywide thing. Yeah, well. I think it's not necessarily as modern as they would like the world. But I suppose, like most countries, they like to try and make it seem that they're better off and doing better than other people, other locals. It depends on the generator. I don't use a generator because it makes a lot of noise, and attracts attention. So it depends on the neighborhood you're in. If there are other people with generators, then getting one is not gonna make you a target. But in my area, nobody has a generator. So if you're the first person to get one, you become a target. And I think a 10 kilovolt one is about $1,000. I haven't looked at the prices. My backup solution is a inverter and batteries. So when there is power, we power up the batteries, and then we use that power when the load. My system can do 4 to 5 hours of no power once fully. Excuse me. Fair enough, unholy. But, one step at a time. Let's get into England before we worry about any place else. New Zealand, Australia, very popular. Neither of those countries want me, so can't do much about it. When you take a alternative path to your life, like being a YouTuber, it's not really a job that countries are looking for. Thankfully, I do have British citizenship, so that helped. Well, yes, there might be as quiet as a car engine, but when the entire power goes out for an entire suburb, not even suburb, area, it becomes very quiet, and you can notice a lot more sounds. So people will pick up that you have a generator, even if it is as quiet as a car. Also, the ones that are as quiet as a car tend to be more expensive. It's rationing. So when the power goes out, we're not powering the fridges. We're not powering the geyser. We're basically just powering the recording room, or this room, and then the editing PC. We have lots of battery lights and stuff for when it happens at night. But, yeah, no microwaves, no cooking utensils, no nothing. So me and the wife have candlelit dinners on a regular basis, but not because we want to. Good morning, Evil Mario. Hope you're doing well. Much appreciated, Callisto One. Okay, it depends on where. Water problems. But remember that most of South Africa is semi-arid to arid. We have two deserts. Johannesburg has no major water source because it's a town that was built off of gold, not logic. So we've been on water restrictions for 5 or 6 years now. And then before that, they did a big project which reduced the water restrictions for 10 years. And then we had water restrictions for 20 years for that. So water is a big issue, just in general, because they're pumping it out from further up down to here. So they built the whole dam project around it, which eased it up. But there are infrastructure problems with water as well, and rain. So, yeah. Well, I'm currently sorted. I could go to England tomorrow, but I think my wife would be a bit upset. So we need to sort out her paperwork before we go. That's probably another 3 to 6 months of wading through red tape. Nice, Evil. That's a decent size solar setup. So if you have a foreign accent in South Africa, you will become a target. It's just the way it is. A lot of people go, foreigner equals money, so... So if you are here in a tourist group, stay with your tourist group. Otherwise, bad things might. Evil, load shedding in South Africa is so bad that lead acid batteries no longer come with a warranty because of the amount of times that the system ticks over. The batteries die faster. So my first backup system lasted 6 months before the batteries died completely, just died because of overwork. And thankfully, at that time, they still had a warranty on the batteries, but now they don't. So my new system has lithium-ion batteries to try and at least last longer than 6 months. We get load shedding every day. A day where we only get 2 hours of load shedding is a good day. That's how prolific it is. Well, you need electricity for desalination. Desalination uses an immense amount of electricity. So we don't have electricity to run the country normally, so we don't have enough electricity for desalination. Also, Johannesburg, where I live, is, I think, the closest water source, or sea, is 800 kilometers away and 2 kilometers down. So you would have to pump the water 2 kilometers up, which would also take an immense amount of water, power. Yeah, you can. I've got one. I've got an inverter system. The problem with South Africa is if you install something into a wall, so if you, like, the Tesla wall brick thing, if you attach it to the wall, it becomes part of the house, and in theory, you shouldn't be able to remove it. So if you sell your house, you have to sell it with the house thing. But yeah, I've got two 200 ampere hour batteries connected up to my inverter. Cheers, Alexander. I hope you have a pleasant day. David, so load shedding is the country does not produce enough power to power everybody at the same time. So we have rolling blackouts, scheduled rolling blackouts. So at any given time, a portion of the country has no power. Then every 2 or 4 hours, they move on to the next portion. Beginning of the year, we were up to level 6 load shedding, which meant that most of the country didn't have power for 10 to 12 hours a day. And currently, we're at stage 3, so between 2 and 4 hours a day. We have no power. Now, what that time depends on which block you're in. Well, I hope so, Nigel. But they're definitely making up for the lack of stress after the move by adding to the stress before the move. Yeah, that's... it is illegal to share power in South Africa. So if I have a generator and I'm generating more than I need, and I give my neighbor an extension cord to use my generator, my excess power, if it crosses the boundary wall, that is illegal, and I would be arrested and fined. So, no sharing. I know they were trying to change the laws at some point, but as far as I know, it is still illegal. Also, it's a monopoly. There's one company that used to be a state-run company that runs the electricity. I think they've recently started bringing in other companies. You can say that again, Yoitz. It is quite ridiculous. And then they were also discussing taxing batteries, solar panels, and generators, so that if you had any of those, you had to pay a monthly and yearly tax on them because you're generating power, and therefore you're a power generating company and you need to pay tax. I don't think that went through, but they've tried it multiple times. The power company was state-owned. It is now not, but yeah. A lot of the stuff, big companies, well, there's several in this country that used to be state-owned that are now partially not state-owned, but they're still monopolies. Well, technically, the government has before figured out a way to double tax people on the same thing, which is technically illegal, but they did it anyway, so, good times. Good times. So yeah, they want to punish the people who are reducing their load on the grid by making it more expensive to do the thing. So that's nice. Have an inverter system, move to another country. Internet seems to be better today, but I mean, the internet's also a bit choppy at the moment. Look, if I lived in a different area, a solar option would be possible. It wouldn't put me at any more risk, but I don't live in that area. And there is no point in moving to an area like that because I'm moving to another country. So we stay in this area till we leave. That means, not sticking out. And just keep on keeping on. Excuse me. No. No. That has its own problems. Once we've got a more definitive date, we'll be selling the house. No, I haven't heard of Tex, Nigel. Sure. I've put rice on a sandwich, or on bread. Yeah. Look, no place is perfect. Sin cringe. Every place has its quirks. Every place has its ups and downs and pros and cons. So, I mean, I'm not under no illusion that there's going to be challenges once moving, but yes, having to not worry about power would definitely make my life and my family's lives better. I wouldn't mind moving to the States at some point, but, it would depend where in the States, what opportunities I have, that sort of thing. But one step at a time, move out of this country, go to England, do stuff there. David, this is business as usual here, so nothing to revolt against. And there are. We have riots all the time. Constantly. Or strikes, as they call them. So it happens on an almost regular basis. Happens so often in South Africa that you don't hear about riots in the normal news. You only hear about riots in the traffic report because it interrupts traffic. That's how common they are here. Tanktastic. I normally play Commander. Format I currently play. Yeah, I mean, a lot more things open up when you have a British passport rather than a South African one. So that's part of the reason we're going. My wife is South African, so that's the big tricky part at the moment. is to get her visas and all of that sorted so that she can go to England and naturalize, get a British passport. It looks cool. With the amount of sets that have been released recently, the excitement is waning. I really enjoyed the Lord of the Rings set. The Throne of Wilds of Eldraine looks cool. I've already pre-ordered some booster boxes, so I'll probably open that up on the channel for background video on my videos. But other than that, yeah, looks cool. I like the fairy tale sort of aspect to it. Glad you're finding it interesting, Decider. Sin Cringe, probably the best way for a beginner players to play Magic Arena and just play for free. It's very much like Hearthstone, but it'll teach you the basic rules. And then from there, you can decide on the format you want to play. Unfortunately, Commander, the format I play, isn't on Arena, but the basic rules are all the same. Nice. I don't know. I really don't know. I saw the pre-release for it. I'm like, oh, cool, space game. I'm like, I wasn't that big into Skyrim. I'm no hate to it. It's just at the time when it came out, it was kind of played it for a while. I'm like, eh. And then also Bethesda is known for releasing broken games. Just does not function. So my thought was probably wait a couple months, wait for the modders to fix the game, and then have a go. But we shall see. I have played the Fallout 3, Fallout 4, that stuff. Which, you know, was nice after the modders fixed it. I mean, if they reached out to me, I wouldn't mind, but I don't think I'm a big enough channel, and they mostly have Magic-focused channels on their stuff, so yeah. I wouldn't mind. I don't think there's any form of the Magic at Home stuff. I don't think I would be able to do. I'd have to travel to America, so that'll be a bit of a pain in the ass. But some of the other formats, yeah. If somebody offered, I'd play. It is definitely a lot of money. Theek, currently my favorite jank deck is Treebeard. The one from Lord of the Rings, the actual card named Treebeard, the white and green one. I enjoy playing him. I made a new deck yesterday, Chandra Tribal. I butchered the Commander Guff Precon and converted it into a Chandra Tribal, so I would really want to take that one out for a spin. Broken as a feature, definitely. And that's the nature of time, Nigel. I mean, antique steel is also the same thing. You know, 50 years ago they sold a chair. Now it's worth bazillions of monies. And there are some people I play with that get into that mindset. It's like, oh, my cards are worth less now. It's like, are you playing the game or are you investing? This is a card game. It's not an investment. So just play the game. If the price goes down, it sucks. Price goes up, good. Just play the game or collect. What I do. Those two things. Don't worry about the markets. I worry about if I enjoy playing the game and enjoy collecting. Not really. I mean, as a kid, I Macross and that sort of stuff, but not games-wise. I don't think I've played any games with big stompy robots. My favorite niche commander. Let me think. Oh, I mean, I played the Necron Precon. That's pretty niche, I think. I played as a Precon. So there's that. I got a budget light pulse deck. That's a bit niche. That's about it. Yeah, Starfield is ridiculously expensive. Especially when you compare it to something like Baldur's Gate, which is 800 Rand, 900 Rand. Almost triple the price. Yeah, I played WoW for a very long time. Valheim, I played for a while as well. I don't get too much time, so I use it. The Magic the Gathering stuff gets me out. It's relaxing. I do play like normal games, but I can't spend thousands of hours. I mean, like Diablo 4, I played, I finished, I spent 100 hours or whatever, and now it's done, dusted, and I move on. Although I suppose over the next 4 months I'm going to have a lot more time to spend playing games, whether I like it or not. Yeah, jank decks are fun. Yeah, I played, I mean, back in the day, with the lack of general games that we had access to, I played pretty much every genre of game. So, Warcraft, Starcraft, Age of Empires, Command and Conquer, all the original ones I played. Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3. I was very big into that. I don't really play much RTS now. Because now I'm spoiled for variety. Now I tend to play like indie games, weird indie games. So I played Vanilla WoW for a good while. Then I had to stop because of work. Too busy. Then I came back for Wrath of the Lich King, and I played through all of that. Then again, work got busy again, so I didn't play until Warlords of Draenor. And then I was like, did other stuff. Yeah, the Hijinks channel, most of the people on there, their primary focus is Magic the Gathering, whether it's on YouTube or not. So, I mean, I use Magic the Gathering as background filler, so I don't think I would ever really get onto their radar. But like I said, if an invitation came through, I wouldn't decline it. I have not heard of Nightingale. I might have a look. I enjoyed Path of Exile. The only thing that has annoyed me from day one is how close the camera is to the character. I don't know why it has annoyed me, and it hasn't changed, so every time I've played it again, there's always that minor annoyance of the camera depth. So I've probably sunk, I don't know, a good several hundred hours into it. Excuse me, I didn't mean to clear my throat into the microphone. Just one of those automatic actions that you don't think of normally. Yeah, but Kyle Hill is also a massive EDH player. So he's in a lot of the circles that would normally play that game. Because he's been on pretty much every channel that does, or every big channel that does content for Magic the Gathering. He's been on in some capacity. So he's still in the circles that would get invited. Currently, probably Krenko. Be the most one I've played the most. But it's also my oldest deck, so that. So I'd normally travel with like 10 decks, ranging from pure precon all the way up to CDH. So that means that if I go there and people are playing low-level decks, I'll play a precon or a low-level deck. People are playing CDH, I'll play CDH. So I play the appropriate deck to the level of decks that I'm playing again. That way I'm never like stomping people or being stomped. Cheers, Cringe. I hope you have fun. I hear that Baldur's Gate is a very good game. I'm sure it will. It's just time and red tape, and then time and red tape. No. The simple reason is there is a person that runs a squirrel deck already. They ran it before I got there, and I don't like to run a deck the same as everybody else, or anybody else. So Shadowfang is not a deck that I've built. I might build another type of squirrel deck, but there aren't too many good squirrel commanders. It really depends on the type of game. So like Diablo style games, third person, but for action games, probably first person. Fair enough, I suppose. I'm not familiar with the card offhand. Possibly. Just with the squirrel thing, there's a set coming out next year, which is pure creatures, and I'm sure there's going to be some good squirrel commanders in there. If there's a nice one that speaks to me, then after my psychiatric evaluation, I'll build a deck around it. So the channel name basically is a shorthand version of easily angered, easily distracted. So I had anger management issues in my youth. So that's where the Agro part comes from. And the movie Up, with the dogs, they would stop every now and again and go, squirrel. So me and my friends used to call that a squirrel moment. So when it came to naming the channel, it was Agro Squirrel. So easily angered, easily distracted. No, I just, if cards are talking to me, then I probably need a psych eval. Just to make sure that the card should be talking to me. Dog is angry again. Dog is dogging stuff. Ruff, ruff, ruff. Ruff. I would have to pull my phone up to look at which ones I'm missing. My LGS is currently keeping an eye out for them. I think they've picked up 3. of the ones I'm missing. But I do have, I think it's one land, the expensive land. Well, expensive relative to the rest of the set. And a couple other cards. But I do have the most expensive one, which is the Null Rod, which is cool. So I am working my way to getting it. This I bought as a single purchase from an LGS. They were opening up their old card coffers. I'm like, okay, nostalgia time. Let's go with Weatherlight. I can't look at my phone because it's busy recording. That's my phone. So, yeah. I honestly couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I'm doing fine in you, Rage Mode 101. It's a different game. Magic the Gathering is trust the heart of the wallet. That is the nature of the business. There is no heart of the cards, there's just the heart of the wallet. Yes, I mean, that is the most expensive card in the set, and I'm glad that I managed to get it. It's also a good card. So, it will definitely have a spot in future Commander decks. I'm not too upset with the cost of it. Some cards are just ridiculously expensive to be ridiculous. The dog is Little Dog. I think it is a Maltese Poodle cross Yorkie. It was a rescue dog. So didn't really pay attention to its breed. Just that it wasn't going to be a big dog. Yep, that is MasterCard and Visa are the two most powerful Magic the Gathering cards that you can employ. The fact that Wizards of the Coast, and I shit you not, to this day say that Magic the Gathering is not pay to win just boggles the mind. It's like the original pay to win game. Yeah, it is a nice little dog. Borderline middle, so it's not teeny tiny. It doesn't bounce when it barks, so, you know, it's got a bit of weight to it. No, I've had good experiences with rescue dogs, and I've had bad experiences with rescue dogs. Well, not bad, just... my mom got a rescue dog, and it was obviously abused. And for 50 years... if either me or my dad raised our voice in any way, it would not deal well with that. So, I mean, some of those effects of the rescue dogs last for decades. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, it also depends on the format you play. But even the cheaper formats have now become more expensive. Like Pauper or, what's the other? Penny Dreadful. But yes, from day one, Magic the Gathering has been played a pay to win. I remember watching a game of Vintage Magic, and it was the Alpha Beta set with the original rules, so you could have as many cards as you wanted, and the two decks were worth $1 million each. And whoever went first won the game, by default. That was ridiculous. So compared to the $1 million for a deck in that format. No, I haven't played Warhammer. So when I first started Magic the Gathering, many years ago, I didn't have enough money for other stuff, so Magic was my obsession. Warhammer was around, but I never got into it. Pokemon just started, and I didn't get into it. Yeah. So the original rules of Magic the Gathering for the quote-unquote standard format, you could have as many cards as you wanted of any type. So there wasn't the 4 of rule at that point. So the decks that they were playing with had 15 Black Lotuses. What do you mean by banned? Yeah, this depends on the format. So I play Commander, and I think there are 30 banned cards in Command. It might be a bit more, but the card pool that you can pull from is basically the entire Magic the Gathering set. You've got rotating formats like Standard, which is only cards that have been released in the last 3 years. Those also have bannings, but each format has its own banned list. Good morning, Arceus. We'll go with Arceus. Drink my mustard. That wakes you up. I'm glad that it helps. I really do. I am. And I'm glad you're enjoying the content. So in Magic the Gathering, you can cast there's a resource card called lands, and you can only play 1 per turn, but you can play as many other cards as you want per turn. A Black Lotus, a non-land card that gives you land. So if you have 15 in your hand, you can cast 15 in a turn and get unlimited mana, basically. So that's why it's so powerful. Here. Welcome back, Crusader. Somebody mentioned coffee, and that sounds like a very, very good idea. So I think I'm actually going to do a real streamer maneuver, and I'm going to walk away from my PC and quickly make a cup. The stream has been going for about an hour and 20 minutes at this point. I'll look into it. But I'm definitely waiting for that new set. Definitely going to be fun. Oh. Oh, come back. Okay. So I'm going to step away momentarily. I'm going to make a cup of coffee, and I shall be back shortly. I'll be a real streamer. Just mute my microphone. And back with coffee. Burnt fingers. Because I'm an idiot. Get my ears back in. Alright, back. With coffee. Coffee. Okay, It is my pleasure. Nothing to see here. Hope it helps. I'm glad that it helps with the monotony. Yep, we're playing Magic Sorting. It is a pleasure, Theek. I started playing it in the 90s Mercenary. I sold most of my cards from then, though. Yeah, okay, I'm not a real streamer from muting my microphone when I walk away. I can live with that. Definitely AFK coffee break. There is music. I don't know whether it's coming through decently. Could even be hold music. Just give me a second, I'll tell you. It is called a Before the Dawn by Dark Fantasy Studio. Yeah. One of the problems with this sort of camera is that it overheats. Annoying. Especially for an expensive camera. Flip cards? Which flip cards? Well, I'm in my studio, so the studio tends to be 3 or 4 degrees hotter than outside. So, I mean, it's quite warm in here. Funny you should mention Ice Age, because I just bought a bunch of Ice Age cards, because that's the set I started with. But these all bad boys need to be sleeved. Oh, it's glorious in its played state. You can see this was definitely a card that saw a lot of. That's another one that we're going to be sleeving up. So basically everything before Arcadian Masks, I'm looking to try get a hold of again, because that was generally my period of time, was between Ice Age and Arcadian Masks. Now, I'm just trying to think of which double-sided ones were from Magic the Gathering, Lord of the Rings. There were a couple. Yeah, the modal cards are still weird for me. So, yeah, my only hobby really is Magic the Gathering. My wife plays Pokemon. Thankfully, on a Friday night, my local TCG, they have both Pokemon and Magic the Gathering. So, on a Friday, we head out, play some stuff, we get out of the house. On. Okay. I'm gonna have to pull up a list of cards so that they're in a decent order. No, it's enjoyable. Like I said, when you work at home, any excuse to get out once a week is very much. Definitely got to catch them all, and you do that by swiping your credit card. You catch them all. Pretty easy. So I'm sorting this via the same method they do the numbers with on a normal set, but this predates numbers. Numbering. Pretty much. For one. I keep looking over that way. The list is on that side. I'm not ignoring you guys. Breaking eye contact or whatever it is. It's already gone wrong. Can't count. That's probably why I'm in a race. But yeah, the song choice was yesterday we had a bit of a dramatic music thing happening. I felt maybe we'll go with a bit more of the chill side, so been playing the same track on loop. Very chill. Apparently that card's the one I'm missing, which is Debt of Loyalty. Birdies. Other types of birdies. So for the last year I've got pretty much all the sets that have been released, which the base sets, not the extended book. Missing, I don't know, between 5 and 10 cards for each set that's been released over the last year. And from pre-2000 stuff, I've got Stronghold complete, and currently working on Weatherlight, Ice Age, got Marcadian Masks as well at the. So just slowly buying. Really? Oh well, you don't get to see my mug. There we go. So the camera needs to cool down, so no face cam. But yeah, so yeah, working. My LGS has recently started selling the older cards, mainly because nobody else has been interested in them. So now I'm working on getting all those sets that are powered by nostalgia, which, you know, is one of the most powerful things that Wizards of the Coast use. Yeah, because it's not peak time at the moment, so the internet has been a lot better. So yeah, you get to see the that I'm putting in, following simple instructions. Now I'm the disembodied voice again. Oh, it's the blue. I am playing with cards. Good night, David. I hope you well. Tariff. Volunteer. Oh. Lots of blue. And one on the field. That's where. Blue. Red. Green. Artifact. And land. Random card in the middle. What? Oh. These are apparently, or even remotely, my order. Good morning, Justin. I hope you're having a good morning, afternoon, or whatever it may be for you. I haven't played too much with the Monarch mechanics, so I only got back into Magic a year ago. So some of the mechanics that happened in between the two, I'm not super familiar with. And nobody really plays Monarch decks, ILGS, so I haven't had too much play with it. This is a good card. God, I don't know if the card's good, but the picture is funny. Just some dude bored at a bar. Go there. Very weird that the chat keeps freezing. It could be the internet on your side, Crusader, perhaps. Mine whines in its sleep all the time, so I don't know whether it's normal or not, but mine does it. Backwards. Pumped. Looks like a very weird chameleon. Yeah, I'm going with the traditional, the standard one. Why I had to pull up a list, because these ones don't have numbers. So I'm just following what the numbering would be if they had numbers. Yeah, well, I mean, YouTube do weird stuff all the time. Really. Yeah, the antibiotics seem to have cleared everything up. I've got an appointment on Tuesday to see the doctor again. And if the infection is cleared up, then we will set a date for the operation. So, good times. Yeah, pretty much every YouTube update is crapola. Now the missing card. Well, my dog's here, but my camera's not working, so it doesn't really help. You and a lot. Not a problem, Justin. You get used to that kind of thing. It's one of the things you have to get used to when streaming. Because you answer the question for one person doesn't mean you've answered it for everybody, and everybody's interested. So, you know, you're going to answer the same question multiple times if you're interested. Just one of them things. But don't feel bad about asking a question, or any other question. I don't mind answering. But I'll state the same thing as before. I'll only answer questions I want to answer. I'm not going to answer questions I don't want to answer. Oh, another missing card. That was Valarian Serpent. Yeah, I'd say Gruul is my favorite. I do play several decks that aren't Gruul, but yeah. I like the fast creatures from red and the big creatures from... I used to watch a lot of anime. I don't watch nearly as much as I used to. It's a chill stream. You guys can feel free to ask questions if you want, or just chill. Don't have to feel pressure to ask questions. But at the end of the day, isn't all stream, or aren't all Q&A to some degree? Wrong order. Toothy grin. That's... Search on that and I'll tell you whether I've seen it. I do play video games. Mostly just indie survival stuff at the moment. That's a pretty decent mod. Or 10 is insane. Yeah, I mean, the current battle between YouTube and ad blocker, I think, is just going to be a detriment to everybody, creators and viewers. But much we can do about it. Oh yeah, the artwork has always been something that is a major plus. Even the weird artwork. Although recently there have been some cards which are very questionable in their art. But yeah. If you like fantasy art, then Magic the Gathering has tons of fantasy art. Red. Oh. Aaron. So with the 2 surgeries happening this year, probably won't be doing any more series, which I know sucks, but I need to focus on the recovering from surgery and just keeping the channel ticking over. So for the rest of the year, until both surgeries and the recovery, I'll only be doing TFOS. Nigel, I use AI. What's it? I can't think of my head. Midjourney. I use Midjourney to create the artwork for the backgrounds and for the thumbnails. Aether Flash. Boiling blue. Thank you very much, and it's just one of those things. Life happens. Obstacles in your way, so overcome them. Next year we'll probably be back into series. Good night, mercenary. I hope you sleep well and keep safe during the windy. Excuse myself. Well, at that point, it'll probably be just catching up nature predators and dungeon, survivor dungeon. Survivor becomes dungeon, which are halfway done now, and seeing where we are with the rest of the series. So we might be going back to no epic loot, other stuff. But I mean, 4 months is a lot of time. See what happens. Well, if I was gonna play Magic the Gathering, I'd just play on spell table. It's designed for the interaction that way. It's a possibility. Remembering that after the operation, I probably am not going to be doing much of anything. The first week after the op is going to be me possibly just vegetating painkiller. So the idea currently is to try record as many EFOS as I can, then just play those while I recover. So that's the plan. We'll see what I play. I mean, there's been lots of requests for games, and I might play those. They'll definitely be like silent stream or very little talking. But one never knows. Still covering. Probably. I mean, the internet is mostly powered by cat video. I mean, that's not necessarily a bad idea. Good afternoon, morning, or evening, Boss Badger. I hope you're doing well. Is anybody else having a problem hearing the microphone? Am I coming through clear? The stream might also be a bit more muted than the normal video, so overall volume might be a bit down. Might need to turn that up. It's very strange. It could just be the way the software is processing the stream rather than a video. I know that sometimes changes the volume. Bubble matrix. Seems. Stone. Malwad. Pyrexian furnace. Rated. Bobby. Steel golem. Raw golem. And that doesn't seem very feasible. I've got a 3rd edition lightning bolt currently. I have ordered a beta edition Llanowar Elves. So, pretty cool. Knowledge and tech. Oh, last one. Gemstone 9. Lotus. That is set number 2, sleeved and put away. Sure, all the sleeves are in the same orientation. Those can go into a file. Some older cards. These are all Ice Age cards. Testing, 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 testing. And my unsleeved part of Ice Age. Panel. People will pay lots of money for lots of stupid stuff. Doesn't have to be cards, could be watches, it could be rocks. Shiny rocks go for lots of money. Probably. I mean, I might even be able to go to a couple of the conventions related to Magic once I'm over there, but that's an over there problem. That's not a today problem. It'd be cool, though. There are people that'll pay tens of thousands of dollars for a shiny rock. Well, yeah. Well, technically, the most expensive Magic the Gathering card ever sold was $2.5 million, so there you go. Games, you got all the What am I going to say? Oh, the quote-unquote free-to-play games that people spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on. Loot boxes and all of that. I think people in general will spend a lot of money on shiny anything. Very nice, Boss Badger. Very, very nice. Free to play, pay to win. Yep. Random. Odd. Actually, has 2 hours of streaming. Don't know whether I should continue or not. Up to you guys. Do you want me to continue? Have a chat? Or postpone this for next week and we can chat again next week? Up to you guys. Good morning, afternoon, or evening. Woof, meow, whack. Hope you're having a good day. That's not a burden to me. I mean, I'm not talking too much. I'm not projecting my voice, so it's not affecting my voice too much. Got nothing planned for today. My plan was to leave cards. That was my plan. Well, I wish you the best, and I hope your recovery is smooth and swift, Boss Badger. Good evening, Kamesh. I hope you're doing well. Or should I say, good day, mate? How's it going? Excuse me. I'm glad it helps, Justin, and I'm glad you're enjoying the content. Don't worry about it. Nothing. Head over to it and listen. We'll probably be here when you get back, or we'll be back next week. Not a problem. It's also the right time for Australians to be logging in now, I think. Should be about 9, 10 o'clock at night for you guys. About 10 hours ahead of us. Here in Africa. Okay, so not too bad. Also, I suppose it depends on which side of the island you're on. This is what, a 5-hour difference between the two coasts? Not entirely sure. Geometry wasn't my best subject. Yeah, the hot cock one was funny. Definitely one of my favorite ones. YouTube didn't like it, but I did. Because someone had to is also over. Normally I would remove it, but that was just too funny. I thought people would appreciate the the humor in me trying to pronounce the title and not laugh. Possibly one of the most difficult titles to get right out of all the stories I've done. So the system on Audible is a little different. And I'm not fully versed in it, but first, let's get my camera ready to not be overheated. And get my ugly mug onto thing. Yep, there we go. Okay, so the way that Audible works is they don't hire authors, narrators directly. Oh, coffee. They have a website called ACX, and ACX is an exchange website between authors and narrators. So, authors put their books up there, and then narrators can go through and pick which ones they want to do. Once they pick, the deal is met between the author and the narrator, normally, and that will either be a profit sharing or a once-off fee. And Audible or Amazon handles that whole transaction. So it's not Audible that are picking the bad narrators. It's the authors, and it's because narrating stuff is expensive. Your average audiobook probably costs over $1,000 to have made into an audiobook. So if you're a starting author, that is a shit ton of money. Even if you're not a starting author, that is a shit ton of money. So new authors will tend to go for a cheaper narrator. And that's what happens. And as for the reason why I'm not on it, my country, South Africa, can't register a account, so I haven't registered an account. And then with your bigger companies, you can, as an author, go through a method that isn't the exchange, but again, that still involves quite a bit of money. My OBS just disconnected. If you have a decent phone and a decent audio blanket fort thing, you can do it well. But there's a lot of techniques involved in narrating nicely, which don't involve good technology. So there's that. Also, a lot of new narrators, they'll say yes to jobs that probably just to get experience and get their names out there and to learn. So that's that. I took a completely different route. I did the YouTube thing. It was successful for me, but, you know, that is a very, very small minority of people can be successful in YouTube or... A lot of people use my content to help them fall asleep. Personally, that doesn't work for me, but if it works for you, I'm not going to argue with it. I can't fall asleep if there's something playing. I need, like, silence. Well, not silence, but not somebody talking. No, this is a continuation. Last night I had to end the stream early because the internet just went so bad. So I figured I'd start up this morning when I woke up, see how the internet was, see the response. It's been decent. The internet's been keeping... it's been behaving as best as it can, so yeah. Just a chill stream. To try and make up for the fact that there's not going to be a TFOS tonight. Or wasn't one last night. I'm not sure what you mean, Justin. So, I mean, yes, it is expensive, but to narrate a audio book, fully audio book, probably is 50, 60, or 70 hours of work. So, I do with that as you... So you're getting about $1,000, and $1,000 is about intermediate, so that's kind of where I am, is the intermediate narration stuff. So you're putting in 60, 70 hours of work to produce a 10-hour audiobook, and you'll earn about $1,000. Yeah, no, just like environmental sounds are fine. It's just, you know, movies or series or audiobooks. Just my mind go like, I want to know what happens next, so I just don't sleep. So with ambient noise, I know what happens next, so I can easily fall asleep and not miss the story. I do remember the story, Death, but I do not remember the title. Unfortunately, at this point, the stories ring bells, but I've done so many titles that for them to stick out my head, even the stories that I enjoy, just the titles disappear. You're like, that story. But yes, it was on my channel. I do remember it, but I could not tell you what number it was or what the title was. I'm glad you enjoy the content. I don't know how to take that, Hatebringer, but I'll take it as good, intended and good. Nigel? No, it was definitely well, it also happened in First Contact, but there were a couple one-shots that dealt with Valhalla, and there was one that specifically the guy was talking about how he didn't... I think on the stream it is TFOS 700 to 1200, so it's somewhere in that range. That doesn't help, I know that's still 500 or 600 different videos, but it's better than the 2,000 we're sitting on now. The stream does need to be updated. The problem is we have to edit all the videos to cut out the beginning and end parts. So it's one of those low on the priority list things that always kind of gets moved along. But at some point we will get to it. It should be 700 to about 1250, I think, or 1300, somewhere around there. So it's about 600 videos that play on there. The dog is barking again, as the dog does on weekend. A worthy battle does sound like the right title, so it could be that. Very much so. Excuse me. Not really. I've never really been big into the SCP stuff. I have done a couple on the channel, and that's about it. I do watch the occasional video about SCP stuff, but not much. These days, if I'm not narrating, I avoid reading. Which is funny. In a way. I even give like menus to restaurants to my wife to read to me. And she hits me in the head with the menu and tells me to grow the fuck up. So, you know, usual stuff. Not a problem, DeSoda. Thank you for sticking around and joining us today, and I hope you have a peaceful sleep, a nice cool evening. Yeah, there's an idea that people like, and then they expand upon it. It's quite interesting. Different takes on the same sorts of. Oh. When I turned the camera on, I bumped it some. I should lock it in place. But that would be professional. And weekend. Who wants to be professional on the weekend? Yeah, the audiobook industry is one that just kind of exploded, which makes sense, especially with transit, sitting in traffic and that sort of stuff. At least you can listen to something entertaining whilst doing stuff. Not too familiar with that one, nothing. But there was basically any idea. There have been several stories of those. But yeah, that one I do not remember off the top of my head. I don't remember the story specifically. Doesn't mean I didn't do it, it's just it hasn't wormed its way into my head yet. I have not. I tend to avoid like AAA games, and it looks interesting. I might try it at some point, but I normally give AAA games a good couple weeks to sort out any bugs and stuff. I say that, but I always end up getting early access to them. So yeah, it is on the to play list at some point. No, not really. A radio drama. If I got offered it, I would do it. Not being on the top of my list, but then again, for most of my life, being a narrator wasn't even a thing in my mind. So, yeah. If I got offered a voice acting role in a game, I'd probably take it just to say that I've done it. And same with radio drama. Got offered a role, I'd just take it just to say, hey, look, I've done it. Give it a try, see how it goes. I'm glad you do enjoy the patience and the content. The Thok is very funny. The invisible ice cream makes me chuckle. It's funny. Well, yeah. It was a very winding road to get here, but we're here. And we are doing better than ever. Very happy about it. It's all thanks to you guys. Wouldn't be here without you. I'd just be talking to myself in my room without you guys. And that's just, being a streamer. Starting to be a streamer. Yeah, it's something for the resume, but it's also something fun to do, something different. I'm very reluctant to claim to be a voice actor. I don't think I am in my head. I mean, I know technically I am, but just one of those things. Thank you very much, Nigel. I mean, I've worked on them. My narration style and technique have improved over the last 4 years. When I started narrating, I was shit. But so is anybody starting a new thing. Just got to keep hammering at it and trying to improve. I had to do it. And I had to read it out for the class, so that was fun. I did Macbeth for 3 years in high school. 3 arduous, torturous high school. I had a friend who had to do Lord of the Rings at their book. I was like, why do you get Lord of the Rings? We get Mac. Yeah, I try to keep it muted and realistic sense. But also with feeling. I learned early on in my narrating style that I am not a monotone narrator. I will never be a monotone narrator. I think it's physically impossible to be a monotone. I have nothing against them, it's just I can't do it. Yeah, that sounds like a quick way to get somebody put off of literature. I'm glad she enjoyed it. Well, I mean, the last 4 months has been a bit of a roller coaster. So with the voice op from 4 months ago, increased my range significantly. Made my voice a bit deeper, but also increased my upper range, vocal cord paralysis. And then slowly over the last 4 months, I've been losing that range again. So after the second op, I'll get that range back. I mean, it was such a big difference that voices changed. My voices changed. So I do that old man like Jonathan Hurt voice, which is, "Oh, really? You should be doing something else with your life." which is fine. I can do that now. But after the operation, I couldn't do that voice. It sounded completely different. So I'm going to have to basically relearn all my voices after I do the operation. But at least this time it's permanent, so it's not a moving goalpost to try and learn voices. But that's a later in the year problem. Yeah, just relearning voices. And new voices as well will become available. So I'll have a more varied range, especially in the upper range. That's where the vocal cord paralysis. I don't think I really have a trademark thing, but maybe I do. I haven't noticed it. But yeah, meh. It was something me and my friends used to say a lot, so like 20 years ago. And it kind of sticks with you. Some of the lingo. The old man lingo. Almost as bad as trying to pronounce some of the alien names and stories. I think the single worst story with that sort of stuff is definitely J-verse. Deathworld. Deathworld. So I sit down and record. Not the best way of doing it, but when you're on a tight production schedule like the channel has been, that was the quickest way of doing it. So I edit live, I read live, and then I record live. Or live, like, at the same time. It's just a shortcut to try and produce more content. Spend less time faffing about. With series, I tend to read them before I start a series. But once I start it, I don't tend to keep up with the current stuff. Yeah, that was my fish tank. I don't have it anymore. And that was something I bought from a pitch store. The crashed Enterprise. Like, yeah, that works. No. So, with the plans of immigrating and stuff, we found a new home for them. A friend of mine took care of them. they're still alive, and it's got all the tank and all of that stuff. But so yeah, we couldn't really take them with us when we immigrated. So a friend of mine. The weirdest name, any name from J-verse. Lots of consonants, very little vowels, lots of clicks. Not easy. So before the scrolling text, the video editing was quick. I just did the live editing. The scrolling text takes a considerable amount of time. So however long it takes the video, so if it's a 10-minute video, it probably takes 30 minutes to do the scrolling text properly. So that's why not many people do scrolling text. So that's part of the editing. And then now with the audio, the video audio stuff, I don't do live editing. It's just one take, and then my wife edits out all the mistakes. So that a 10-minute video could easily take 2 or 3 hours to edit and record. But that's just the added complexity with the video stuff. Because it's easy to edit the audio live. You can't just chop bits out of the video, though. So you would have these massive incongruencies between the video and audio. So we just record it as one shot and then edit it later. But series are still edited live. No, I mean, I used to build models with my grandfather back in the day, but I haven't done anything. My paintings suck and all of that. I had the 3D printing because of the same reason I had the fish tank, which was just to have some B-roll footage in the background. Because technically, scrolling text only is against community guidelines. So I was like, I don't want to get my channel demonetized again, so we're going to do something in the background. So that's why I started doing it. Favorite series? Probably... I've got favorite series for different reasons, but Mother of Learning is definitely one of my top series, which is not available on my channel anymore. But it's one of the few time loop stories that were done well. I thought that it was done well. It was enjoyable. And there was a lot of like actual character growth, not pseudo character growth. So it was very, very interesting. But if I had to go with a sci-fi series, that would be a difficult one to pick. Editing. All editing. I mean, my channel, it doesn't have that much editing, but most channels, you're probably looking at between 10 and 40 hours of editing for a video. Now, obviously, that's not vlog channels, which is just talking like that, but this is actual content channels that do stuff. So, whenever you watch a 10-minute video, just realize that there's probably 40 hours of work going into that video. It's very much something that doesn't really get talked about a lot, I suppose, because it's boring. And people don't realize just how much time the editing takes, or can take. But I do wish you the best of luck with your YouTube channel. It's not an easy gig to get into, but once you get into it and you are decently successful, it is very rewarding, both financially and, you know, a nice community to have a chat with on a random Sunday. I mean, there's always pitfalls of parasocial, all that. Nothing's ever simple. Yeah, I mean, yes. So I mean, you can see why when some people release a video and it does badly, you've invested 40 hours of time into it, and it's like, sure, it can really be a bit of a kick in the pants when it doesn't perform. Okay, so let's think. It becomes a bit complex because of the amount of hours I was. The first 3 years, I was working 16 to 18 hours a day, 7 days a week, purely on YouTube. So it took me 9 months to get monetized. It took me another 9 months to get a minimum wage in South Africa. So that would be a minimum wage for somebody working normal hours, rather than me working the hours that I was working. So I'd say probably 2.5, 3 years before I was earning the same as my wife as a book. And then now I employ my wife. So we're definitely doing a lot better than back then. But the nice thing with that is you could always see that something was happening. There was growth happening. And that there was a light at the end of the tunnel next to the train that was about to run you over. So that was good. But yeah, I mean, for me, the starting of the channel was a desperation move because my previous business closed down. And we didn't have much options. So it was kind of a Hail Mary. But the fact that the channel was growing at a level that you'd be like, okay, we can make this work. Definitely. And I mean, I'm eternally grateful for my wife at that point, who helped just, I'm working 16 hours a day. She's the only person earning a salary during that time. It was tough. It was tight. We ate rice every day. I can't stand rice anymore. And we made it through. So here we are. I mean, the channel has matured enough that I can actually have hobbies now, and we don't have to work insane hours all the time. Also, I can afford to reduce my recording while I'm going through surgeries and afford the surgeries. So I will always be eternally grateful for everybody help us get you, and for everybody who joins in the future. I cannot put it into words how much it means to me and the wife. And also, because of you guys, we can go to another country, start a new life, in a better place. My wife is fantastic. She's been a super trooper this whole thing. I do have a couple Legends cards, not many. So the first 3 sets that I got from the LGS was Weatherlight, Marcadian Masks, and Ice. So I've got those. They're still looking through their old stuff to find me more sets. Because I basically said to them, look, I'm interested in all the sets before Marcadian Mask. Because that's basically when I started. So we're slowly but surely building up those sets. Legends, Alpha Beta, 2nd edition, 3rd edition, 4th edition, not 4th edition, 3rd edition. Those will probably come later because they're a lot more expensive. That's all good, Nigel. Gotta do what you gotta do. I respect the hustle. Been there, I've done that. So, here's an interesting theory, and I can, it's not, I suppose, it's called the 1,000 true fans theory, whatever, which basically is the idea that if you have 1,000 true fans, you can make a living doing whatever it is you want. The trick is obviously finding those fans. So that's, in general, in your creative endeavors, the first step is finding your fans. I personally don't think, as a new content creator, you should be relying on algorithms and other people. It should be part of your job to find your fans, which is what I did in the beginning. And once you've built up that 1,000 true fans, it's just 1,000 people that are going to follow you from platform to platform, support you in any way they can. So I think if you can find those first 1,000 people, you can end up being successful. But people who leave it up to an algorithm or another person, sort of gets that impersonal touch for your first 1,000 fans. And it's something that you need to work on, is getting those fans yourself, connecting with those people. And then as you grow, you have to find different ways to connect. I can't now do what I used to do to promote the channel because it would just take too much. So, yeah. Talking about your channel here to promote it, I have no problem. You're not spamming links and stuff, so good luck to you. I have the utmost respect for anybody who's trying to make their lives better, or start a YouTube channel, start a business, for whatever reason. Good night, woof, meow, whack. It's not even just the monetary value, and it does help. Those 1,000 true fans are the ones that are going to buy your merch. They're the ones that are going to, if you change platform, they're the ones that are going to follow you. They're the ones that help you promote your channel. And I'm not saying that those people are any better or worse than any other person who enjoys your content. It's just a way of saying that more likely to stick with you through good times. And while algorithms and stuff do help you eventually, when you're starting out, you need to have that personal touch. You need to get those fans. You need to hunt them down. You need to work for them. And when you work to get those fans, people see it, and they're more likely to stick around. But also, I refer to, when most people ask me about the channel, I'm like, I won the lottery. Because the numbers involved in getting a successful YouTube channel is equivalent to winning a lottery. Maybe not like the biggest lotteries, but just a lottery in general. So you have to keep that in mind as well. It's my pleasure, Nigel. I mean, if you want an example of ridiculousness, streamers. This is one number I know off the top of my head. If you have more than 10 people watching you stream, then you are in the top 1% of streamers. because there are just that many people streaming, and there are not that many people watching. So for you to get from 0 to 10 viewers consistently, that puts you in the top 1%. Merch store's been there for a very long time. I tend to not promote stuff. I like the Patreon, the channel memberships, the merch store, because I know on some channels that they just promote all their stuff all the time, and it gets a bit annoying. So I try to put the links in my description, and then when people find it, great. And if people don't find it, it's also great. I try to keep the listener experience in mind when I make my videos. Look, it's a tough game, whether it's a YouTube channel or streaming or whatever. The lower the barrier to entry, the more opposition you have. Or not opposition, but more hurdles and more other people you have to overcome to become successful. So there's always that. I do watch the Spiffing Brit on occasion. The thing with relying on those hacks that he comes up with, and a lot of the ones that aren't mentioned there, is the moment that hole gets plugged, your channel fails. So you're relying on something to build your channel that is not necessarily going to be around for a long time. The moment that thing gets fixed, your channel dies. If you're relying on a lot of those hacks. But if you are just doing your thing and doing it naturally and without using any loopholes and stuff, it doesn't matter whether the loopholes get fixed or not. Your channel will still be your channel. Nothing much changes. But I mean, people change, times change, popular channels become unpopular. It's the nature of it. Yeah, so, I mean, I have considered sponsorships, and there were certain things in my head that I'd have to do to warrant a sponsorship. So if I did a sponsored video, it would most likely be a long video, so an hour or so, and there would be an appreciable break between two stories for the advert. That sort of thing. Same with mid-rolls. I don't run mid-rolls. YouTube really wants me to run mid-rolls, but putting an advert in the middle of a story just ruins the experience. I would maybe consider it on like a long video. I'll put it in between two stories so it doesn't break the story. It's just in two stories. But we don't really do too many hour-long TFOS. We'll do 30-minute. So I don't really get that sweet mid-roll advert revenue. But there might be a time. I do it on the second channel with the long videos. So in between, every 45 minutes I put in it. That's about my time. And I make sure that the advert is in between two stories rather than in the middle of a story. There is one with the cool AI artwork on it. It's the ASN, metal ASN. That was AI generated. Yeah, I mean, it really depends. I don't want on like a 20-minute video, a 10-minute video, having an advert between two TFOS. It to me feels a bit short and jarring. If I did a longer video with 2 parts, then I'd put it in between the 2 parts. Something to consider for the future. So with the stream, the algorithm decides when to put ads in. So there was a period of time where there was a bug that YouTube just refused to admit. So if you put a video in and you enabled ads, it would automatically put in adverts where it thought that you needed ads. So I would have an 8-minute video with like 30 adverts, and then I had to manually go and delete all those ads just to have like normal ads. Now that seems to have stopped now. But that was a big problem on the channel at one point, where I'd just upload a video and forget to look at the adverts, and YouTube added an extra 20 adverts. Oh, coffee. Good coffee. I'll drink some of my mustard juice. Oh, mustard. So premium works a little different. Instead of getting an advert, I will get money as if you had watched the advert, but there's normally a range, CPM wise, on that, and they'll pay me the minimum of that range. So if a video would get between, say, I don't know, $3 and $10 per 1,000 views, for premium, it'll always default to if you had watched that advert and it had been the cheapest CPM. But I still do earn money off of premium. And that's also why some people stack so many adverts, so that they can make money off premium rather than the normal viewers. Because it's not going to piss off premium viewers because they don't see the adverts. And instead of paying for 2 adverts, premium will pay for 30 adverts, and nobody will be the wiser. So it's something that some people do as well. I'm probably never going to be a tea drinker, even in England. Sorry. Just I've tried numerous times tea. I prefer coffee to tea. I do appreciate it. Also tried to keep it, within. Currently, channel doesn't run any mid-roll ads. The second channel does. But the second channel does 10-hour compilation video. So I try to keep it one every 40 minutes. No, I haven't tried honey in my coffee. I am pre-diabetic, so I shouldn't be having honey at all. Well, I mean, with the way YouTube's doing ads now, so you say, like, "Oh, I'll take a beginning and end ad, and then they shove 3 adverts in. I have no control over that. I can just say, put an ad there, and they choose how many. And some of them get a bit ridiculous with the length of the ads and the amount in just one burst. Not as bad as Twitch, but it's still bad. Well, I just need to avoid sugary stuff. And the sugar, or the sweet stuff I have is artificial sugar. So instead of having sugar in my coffee, I'll have one serving of artificial sugar. Most teas have caffeine in it. Well, base teas have caffeine, like 5 Roses and stuff. Not really the caffeine problem, it's the taste problem. Coffee. Victor, for the rest of this year, there aren't going to be any series. That includes First Contact. We'll have to reevaluate everything at the beginning of next year to decide which series I'm doing. But for those of you who don't know, First Contact is officially finished. The last chapter was posted, and the last epilogue was posted. There are 1,000 chapters in total. It is now done. Finished, completed. The author has said that he's going to take the next several months off, and then he might start writing. So there is that. But again, we'll have to see in the new year what's happening with the series, how I feel, and how much capacity I have in. So somebody told me that I have commitment issues, that I only did half of them. I'd like to point out that what I have done currently is 15 full-length audiobooks, which is a significant amount. So there's probably another 15 full-length 10-hour audiobooks before I finish. Yeah, so that is about 150 hours of narration already, and another 150. That's very true, Victor. I think the story has done its course, and now that it has an end, I'm probably more likely to give a final slog to get it finished. But it is a lot of work. It's just not forget that it is an insane amount of work to narrate whatever's left. I think the entirety of First Contact is 20 to 30 million words. I can be corrected on that, but it's a lot. I'm not entirely sure which one that is, Crusader. Doing my best to look after it, Jeff. But yeah, so the rest of the year is just going to be sporadic. But I'll do my best to keep the channel ticking over, keep some TFOS coming out. But yeah, I'm definitely going to protect the void. Well, I mean, Retreat Hell, also the chapter lengths are massive. So basically, he's writing half a novel or a full novel in between each chapter. That's how long they are. Yeah, I mean, it very much depends on the style. So, I mean, most of the audience is used to me releasing daily, so that's what the algorithm expects of me. So my individual videos don't get... Well, they get a lot of views for me, but in the grand scheme of things, if I release one video a month, I'm going to get the same views as if I release one video a day. Whereas somebody like Code Bullet, he gets hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views per video. So he can take a bit of time in between videos as well. It really it depends on the expectation of the general audience and the algorithm and don't know. Don't think there's any more been written. So it very much depends on the author. So most of the series that have not finished because they're not being written anymore, or because they're being written so sporadically it's very difficult to plan around. So Ars Magica falls into that, where it's sporadic, very, very sporadic, and it wasn't a particularly popular series. Retreat Hell is the same thing. That's sporadic. It's half novel length chapters, and also wasn't being too popular. Then there's just a bunch of series that just the authors don't write them anymore. there's a very fine line between, and I understand it. You start a series, and you don't get any financial remuneration from it, so you're more inclined to continue a series that pays you than you are for a series that doesn't. A passion project can only go so far. So with a series, there's a fine line between not getting enough financial remuneration, keep going, and becoming popular enough that a production company wants. So we try get in between those two, try find series that are going to continue for a while, and then hopefully not get taken away from us. But we do what we can. I've been asked that, and not really. Yes, I have considered writing. I don't know whether I actually ever will. Maybe I will. But if I did do it, it would be a complete book. So start, middle, and end. Not an open-ended thing. Something that I could just do it in my spare time. Finish and polish it up. And then release it. But no guarantees of that ever happening. No. The short answer, because of copyright. So every story that I narrate, I have author permission. Explicit author permission. With mangas and stuff, you're not going to get that permission, so I'm not going to do it. The same reason why I don't do fan fictions, because it goes into that sort of gray area of copyright, and I don't want to deal with that bullshit. So probably never do a manga. If I did do something like that, it would probably be an abridged version, like a quick chapter summary stuff. But even then, a lot of channels run into problems with copyright. No. Look, my style is different enough. I think that everybody can enjoy their own thing. There are several series that I've done and other narrators have done. So I don't feel compelled to avoid stuff or not. It really depends on if I enjoy the series, if it fits the channel, if it fits my recording schedule, and that sort of thing. So those are my biggest worries. I think there's enough viewers that if two people do the same story, people will just gravitate to the style that they like better. I think there's enough people that can do both and still be successful. Cheers, Justin. I hope you have a good one. Old school cards. power creep is a real thing. I think they've been fairly extensively shown. I don't particularly hide them. I suppose the forearm ones and the hand ones get shown often, but that's about it. So basically I've got a mostly full sleeve on one arm and then just random stuff on my other arm. Loosely Japanese theme on the sleeve, and then smorgasbord of random / bad tattoos on the other arm. Fair enough. I think that at this point are few enough HFY authors that we aren't stepping on each other's feet doing pretty much anything. It's nowhere near as competitive as, say, the horror narrator or narration side of things. Which is cool. They're doing fine. So with the planned move to England, we decided to, get rid of them because we can't take them with us. So I had a friend who kept fish and was like, "Hey, do you want a free fish tank and stuff?" And he's been looking after them. So that's been pretty cool. I gave that whole setup to my friend who's looking after them. Maybe once I'm in England, I might set up another tank. Maybe not. I'm not sure. That seems like it's going to be 10 years from next week, depending on red tape. Yeah. But it's also, with all the load shedding and stuff, it does become difficult to keep the more finicky fish. So we buy finicky fish, and then for 4 or 5 hours a day, there's no power. So the water gets colder, the circulation stops and stuff like that. So only the hardy fish survive. So by the end there, the fish that survived or left were the hardy fish. And it's very difficult to get the more exotic, pretty looking going because of the load shedding. And because of how much power heat is brought to keep water warm, you can't really put that on batteries. You could, it's just can end up very, very difficult. I'm not sure what you mean, DeSoto. Same stories, or my videos just wholesale uploaded? Well, I mean, heating up water takes, I mean, I think we had a 400-watt heater in that big tank. So at a minimum, 400 watts to heat water up. Once it's at temperature, it's a lot less, but it still chews through batteries. Same reason why our geyser isn't on battery backup. Thankfully, we're not too cold, so the ambient temperatures tend to be okay for most tropical fish. Also a reason why I wouldn't start a sea fish tank in South Africa, just because of all the eruptions. Yeah, I mean, the sea fish are a lot more finicky than your general tropical fish. Because you have to keep the balances of salt so perfect and all of that. So I wouldn't even consider it. If I had to rank it, it would probably be pork, beef, and then chicken. Depends on the pork, depends on the beef. I'm not too fond of chicken anymore. That's years of eating the cheapest chicken you can find turns you off from that. Yeah, I mean, a freshwater fish, as long as the ambient temperature is okay, you can go a couple days with no power. It just becomes a problem of filtration at some point. Look, if I had a choice between bacon and nuggets, bacon wins every time. But, I mean, it also depends on the nuggets. I've had some really bad nuggets. The cheap ones are... Yeah, so that's fine. As long as he's got the author's permission, and the author's okay with two people doing the story, I don't have a problem with it. As long as it's not taking my work directly. Which I don't think he's the type, but... no, I'd probably go for a burger over nuggets. It very much depends. I very rarely eat chicken nugget. I've had a lot of bad chicken nuggets as well. So there's that. I haven't had wildebeest. Wildebeest. I've had wildebeest biltong. And that was pretty cool. I mean, for, what was it, probably 2-3 years, my nightly food was a cup and a half of plain rice, half a cup of peas, and the cheapest chicken we could afford. Currently, if I don't have to, I don't eat rice, chicken, or peas. Because eating that every day for 3 years kind of puts you off. And the chicken we were eating was on the hoof, so on the bone, like breast, drums, and but it was the cheap stuff, so it puts you off chicken. Eventually, when you eat it does just become taste fatigue. So, I mean, we didn't eat noodles every day, so noodles are fine, and most other starchy stuff is fine. Just rice. I've had. Except chicken fried rice. Yeah, fried rice. Fried rice is a different beast entirely. Not even really rice. It's unhealthy. So, good. Ostrich is hellishly expensive. But it's nice meat. A very talented chicken if it fried that rice. No. You're talking to me, that. So I haven't had turtle, but giraffe is very weird. I've had dry horse and biltong from giraffe. Very, very, very gamey. Not one of my better. No, I just said chicken fried rice, but it's not chicken fried rice. It's just fried rice. So my current go-to is a assorted chow fan, which is fried rice with prawn, well, assorted meat. So chicken, beef, pork, and prawn. So whenever we go out for order takeaways and we go to the fusion, Chinese fusion, kung fu, whatever restaurant, then I get the assorted chow fan, the fried rice. Yep. All in one delicious meal. With the obligatory Asian fusion cooking on all of those ingredients. So there used to be a restaurant, I think it actually still is, called the Carnival, somewhere in Johannesburg, Gauteng area, and they serve all the meats that you wouldn't expect. So crocodile, snake, hippo, all that sort of. Apparently, the waiting list in that restaurant was years. Yeah, it is quite an expensive rate. But it's also such a niche little thing that there's really only one restaurant that does it, and they supercharge for it. Very much, very much. I think a lot of people go there for the novelty and then probably just eat normal hamburger, something. But they go there just to say, no, I went there. Um, My Afrikaans is horrible. Fuck. Oh, armadillo. Oh, warthog. The warthog. Warthog is also a very, 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 very tough meat. Bush pig or warthog? But according to the dictionary I'm looking at, it's definitely warthog. Good afternoon, Mike. I think we have passed into afternoon on this end. I hope you're doing well. I'd imagine if you marinate it long enough, it should be nice. I can imagine there's nothing worse than a pack of angry balls. But do the American ones grow tusks like the warthog? I know with the warthog that tusk can tear into a car easy, especially on the big one. easily rip your leg off into pieces. And don't get me wrong, I don't want to be on the business end on any wild animal, no matter what it is, or how cute it normally is. In South Africa, more so because of Lion King, Utopia, the other one with the had lions. So there was a spate in South Africa. You go on a Big Five tour. So Big Five are 5 animals that you don't want to piss off. It is the lion, the leopard, the cheetah, the elephant, and the rhino. So we had a spate of people watching these movies, coming here on a game drive, and getting out their car to take photos of these animals, and then getting very, very dead when the lions, the cheetahs, well, all of them got angry about this. Especially seeing as all the guides are like, stay in the car. Just stay in the car. But we had, it was one year we had, I don't know, several tens of deaths. Because people just, they're cute animals. Let's get out of our car. Say hello to the lions. No, Big Five is not necessarily dangerous. It's Big Five. Hippos are a thing, but they're not nearly as people don't come to see. There are lots of dangerous animals that aren't on the Big Five that are still just as dangerous. The hyenas are definitely baboons. Baboons are massively dangerous. But people don't think so. They try to pet a baboon and it'll rip your arm off. It'll take a chunk out of your face. Yeah, it very much depends on where you are in Africa. The single most dangerous animal in Africa is the mosquito, because it carries malaria. That. It is the single biggest killer in the world, out of all animals. In South Africa, we don't have too much of a problem with hippos. So most hippos are in game reserves and stuff. Places like Botswana, they can be a bit of a problem. But most people know that at night they come out, so you just avoid them. Don't get between a hippo and water. Don't go swim in hippo water. The biggest danger with water is not even hippos. Most people, it's crocodiles. Yeah, worm slungs are massively. The funny thing is, it translates to tree snake, the English name for a boom slung. But yeah, they're very dangerous. Yeah, it's because tonic water has quinine in it, which is repels the malaria. So that's why most adventurers back in the day, or most adventurers that came to Africa, drank tonic or gin and tonic. Because tonic tastes like shit, but they added gin to make it taste better. These days you get pills that can take for it. And they're developing a vaccine for malaria, which is pretty cool. But that's years and years. Malaria is not something that turn your nose up. Wild animals or wild animals, they're all dangerous. To different degrees. So as long as you don't treat a wild animal like a pet or try to do anything stupid, it should be fine. But, you know, it's that people not doing stupid stuff. Friend-shaped does not mean friend. No, I'm pretty sure it's lion jaguar. We don't really have a jaguar. So it's like, I mean, pretty sure it's... This is the 3 cats, elephant, and rhino. The way I remember. I could be wrong. I am wrong. Cheetah isn't. It is the wildebeest. So it is elephant, lion, wildebeest, rhino, and cheetah. So I had cheetah and leopard as well. So it is just buffalo. Sorry.
Yeah, cheetahs and leopards and lions are all natural to Africa. The big cats of Asia are jaguars and tigers, and the big cats in America are also jaguars and smaller jaguars, as far as I. But I'm also not a massive biodiversity animal. Yeah, I think mountain lion is part of the jaguar family rather than. But like I said, I'm not an expert in that. An expert in very little, so. And we also have two types of rhinos, the black and both almost extinct. Good night, Victor. I hope you sleep well and have a wonderful evening. I'm probably not going to be in much longer anyway. Approaching the 4-hour mark. I think it's barely hanging on, Crusader. I thought. Maybe it is, maybe it is. For some reason, I thought the black rhino was more prominent than the. But I could easily be wrong. I was wrong about the big five. I know one of them is barely hanging on. There's like less than a dozen of them. And then the other one is also on its way out, but not as bad. Good evening, Banana. I'm sad to hear that, but at least you got out and had some fun. That's the main thing. It's partly because of the ivory, because if it was just purely ivory, elephants would have been hunted to extinction as well. I think there are other factors with the rhinos as well. Rhinos are also very similar to pandas, that the breeding requirements and rates, speeds, and all of that just aren't great. So that plus the ivory trade doesn't help at all. because I mean, as far as my memory goes, I think gestation for a rhino is 16 months, 14 months, something like that, and they only have one offspring at a time. So the reproduction cycle is quite long. People don't eat them. People kill them for the horns. The two horns on. Some people do. Rhino horn is mostly, I think, with the medicinal use. Same as tiger blood. I think that the period in between when a rhino can have another offspring and when a elephant can is shorter. I'm not sure, but I mean, elephants thrive, and they've got shit tons of ivory. So it's not only the ivory trade which has ruined rhinos; it's ivory trade plus some other stuff. Well, a lot of other. Yes. It depends on where you are. So some place like Botswana, if you go for an ivory hunt, well, not ivory hunt, an elephant specifically, I know. What happens is you can take a trophy of the horns and whatever, but this is the way it used to work. And the meat used to go to the poor tribes in the normally the trackers that you use for your hunt. So you'd be able to kill the elephant, you'd get whatever trophy you wanted, and you could feed a tribe for years. Well, a year, basically, one elephant. So that's the way they do it in some places. Here, that doesn't happen. So they'll just kill the elephant or the rhino, cut its horn off, and just... Doing my best, Karvak. Hopefully we shall be back to TFOS every day for next week. But we shall see. Got the doctor's appointment on Tuesday, and then decisions will be made. I will make a video on the main channel with whatever decisions are made from. Just for information's sake, poachers in South Africa and most of Africa are shoot on sight. For anybody. If you're a poacher, you shoot them, you're good. That's how anti-poacher Africa, well, Southern Africa. But yes, the poachers, they do very, 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 very not nice. All right. Oh, that's 4 hours. Stretch. I think I'm going to call it there. I hope you all have a great one. There isn't going to be a TFOS tonight, but we'll be back to TFOS tomorrow. Tuesday is the doctor appointment. I'll let everybody know what happens there. And then from there we can better plan what's going to happen. and or months. But thank you all for spending your afternoon, evening, morning, day, time period with us. Is very much appreciated. Thank you, Korvac. I really do appreciate that you're enjoying the work and the content. Means a lot. Hope you all have a good one, and I will see you when I see you. Cheers.